All right, let's get to it. Once I restart my stupid client, apparently. No, you don't need to update. Just need to launch. There's a stupid button. Take two. Maybe next time I'll just hit the re-authentication button up top and see if that works. But too late now. Now we get to just sit through the loading thing. Remember? For people. People. It should say Iskals. Alright. Do 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 do. Now I got two options for what I can do today. I can either jump into raw vaults and mess around with that for some resources and things like that. Or I can go get my dang body back. I think technically I should go get my body back. Ugh. Even if going into a raw vault right now would at least give me some levels to, like, enchant things. Anyways, I should probably, like, melt that down, or I could probably scrape its silk touch off of it for the enchantment level. Nah, I'm just going to dig a hole and use the fact I've got Stonefall and drop on it from above. I've done it before, previous years or whatever. Why do I have two diamonds? There. Let's see. Anyways, that sounds funny. Like, anyways, do I have... Nope. No EXP bottles currently sitting around. Take that as backup. Hi, juicy chunks of EXP. You're not good chunks of EXP. But, like, if I can get, like, 4 of you... There we go. That's enough to at least put efficiency 5 on the diamond pickaxe. To make the netherrack just kind of go burr. And, like, any damage it takes, like... Oh no. It's a diamond pickaxe. It can get mended later. And I got some fish to eat. Okay, I should grab, like... Okay, I don't want to walk. Or swim over here, at least. Alright. Latest death? Only 200 blocks that way. Yeah, I might even be able to walk. It's like, I'm not far from where it was. I just don't know what this... biome generates in the way of things that are going to stab me. This one I know. It's those things and the other ones. Yeah, like, oh, look, it took me so long. All right. I want them to make this longer again. I don't like scrolling down to put on the dang magnet. That, or can I get, like, the order of this changed? Is there a setting on the client to move, like, Vault Compass to be the bottommost one? Or, like... let's see. 8 plus 4. I need 13 per floor. So I still need more of these. And I've already died once for him, and hey, I already confirmed I can walk back here if I die. Right. I just had those long conversations about, like, how I should take some strength. I will make back 3 gold later. I think technically that still improved my overall damage for my javelins. Maybe not. $46, so probably not. Probably the thanks delay of sound, because it only does it once you're out of the inventory or whatever. I would love if there was, like, an easy toggle to make that not happen whatsoever. You see, this is one of those tasks that I want to pick rank for. And I might just do, like, raw crystals today for, like, that exact purpose. Yeah, my damage has definitely gone down for javelin. One of these days I'll stay up there. One of these days. Just overcorrecting. But at least I'm not driving an SUV and flipping it over. $52. I can probably call that there. Couple another warp blocks. Leather? From them murdering one of the, what you call it? Alright. Sticks. Rude. I just put on my wings. Bonk. They're like Skulkwood, and it's like it, like aesthetically kind of, but like, why doesn't it have like detector leaves or yelling at trunks? Like, I get you're going for the same coloration and like, but you've got the most important part of Skulk, that the wiggly bits actually do something. Huh. I can see him. How far away can he see me from? Closer than that, apparently. Close enough. You can tell I'm a pro at this game. Like, are you trying to get yourself into a death loop that's going to be worse? Walk your happy little butt home. Or use the stone. One sec. Those need glow. Alright. Seven and compress. Alchemy. Alchemy. Five times four. 5 times 2. Steel. Steel. Compress. Diamond. Wart. Bottle. Gold. Stone. Okay. Jungle. Like, I know I've got dash, but I do wish I had a Riptide Trident right about now. Okay, now. What a silly village you are. There's not jungle villages in Minecraft. Oh, you're just pretending to be one. Anyways. Bonk. Bonk. I definitely fly like somebody who has access to unlimited healing and unlimited dashes or rockets. Which is saying something for somebody who crafts like a single stack of rockets anytime I ever play vanilla, and then otherwise just uses a Riptide Trident constantly. Because honestly, if you haven't figured out how to pick up the bucket of water as you launch from it, wait. Anyways, melon. By our powers combined, you are probably something I'm not going to use for like another several levels, but it gets a quest out of the way and I get some resources out of it. So, sure, you get to live down there. Yay. Because what is it? Yeah, 8 gold, 8 diamonds, absolutely worth that effort. I think I'm going to wait on getting the new set of armor till like 20. And like one mod box is not going to be life-changing right now, especially since the one mod I've taken adds nothing to the boxes. Anyways, I just spent the last 2 sessions working on getting some resources so that I could finish making those stupid farms. And it's entirely because I want a specific light setup that I haven't changed in 7 or 8 years. Okay. Sometimes it's jack-o'-lanterns, sometimes it's sea lanterns. It all depends on what's available that playthrough based on my resources. But it's always some kind of solid light block in the same stupid shape of above a 9 by 9 in an 11 by 11 room. Break the torch, give it a second, then put down the shroom light. Otherwise, you accidentally send the torch up through the mountain. I've done that before. Yay! I also need to put some stone back into the ceiling here to fix it up. But step 1 is to keep going down. It's corner, then the ring is this. No. Well, that's why I'm using silk. It's corner, corner. Did I count this out right? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6, 6. There we go. That's off by 1. What in the world does that shape mean? It means it's not quite a grid. It looks a little better, and it makes sure that every single plant has more than enough light, even if I have to fill it with torches instead of these slightly brighter block lights you get from shroom lights, or jack-o'-lanterns, or sea lanterns. Like, this allows the entirety of a 9x9 farm right here to grow. Because it's always annoying when you make one of these farms and then, like, you've messed up and, like, one block on each side is just not growing because it's not quite bright enough. Those. No. Potatoes, carrots, wheat, then beetroot. Also, sooner than later, I should do sugarcane. Okay. And really, I should put like a water Vader down and up here in this corner. In addition to the stairs. But that's future me's problem. Yep, okay. 0 is the corner. So here. You can be off right now. Okay. There we go. Probably the absolute funniest things is, like, they technically are careful about not letting us use coordinates in the vaults, so you have to use their waypoints and whatnot. But, like, they only suppress the usually on default things. Not that I take advantage of that or anything like that. Oh no, I ended up with some cobblestone there. But technically, like, just because of the information settings I have, I could technically find my way around a vault by the chunk coordinates and the sub chunk spacing and the total chunk coordinates. But honestly, that requires me doing math on the fly, and I don't like doing math when I've got time for it. I should convert these into seeds and make some melons and pumpkins, also a farm. But I think I want to make that actually a, like, piston farm or a router farm, as the case may be, for in the mod pack. Store those for later. Crimson stem can stay in there. That can stay in there. Torches away. Pork chop. Leather. Let's get a little more water for the moment. I should come up and farm some potatoes at some point, but 3. 3. You see, that's the problem about trying to plant carrots if you're hungry is, well, you want to eat the carrots because carrots nom nom nom. Wait. Honestly, they have such a fun sound when you place them. Plus, they're a very useful redstone component. Redstone component? Yeah. They're a light emitting block that is considered solid for purposes of redstone signal transmission. Jack-o'-lanterns, sea lanterns, nope. Oh no, whatever will I do? Water's coming in. That's one thing I miss about vanilla right now. No copper grates. Waterlog or copper grate in these kinds of farms nowadays, like, rather than do like the waterlogged half slab. Helps if I actually turn that stupid thing on. There we go. Why are you mining them all one at a time? Don't you have vein miner? Vein miner is messy. And I don't have the resources to make hammers yet. Well, I could make a 3x3 hammer and like, okay, yeah, cool. I could break this away in 9 hits rather than... I just have to be willing to spend the cost of 1 picking jewel. Which, like, okay, cool. This early, maybe I've got enough resources, but... Last season, I actually was trying to scrounge for gemstones up until a certain point, and it very much mattered not to waste, like, 1 on a frivolous addition. Because, like, some of the drop rates just aren't quite good enough for the early game to take advantage of some of the really cool things that might, like, be the make or break point for somebody wanting to mess around with the mod pack. Because, like, there's just, like, little things that, like, late game, like, you've got access to all kind of things, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a very great mod pack late game. Some of the things they, though, like, are just a little... Right, let's put the water in so I don't have to retill any of this. But yeah, some of the things in this mod pack that actually, like, really make it great are just a little too far into the mod pack, I think. Because, like, here I'm a veteran. Okay, yeah, I'm not, like, really forcing myself into the vaults. But I'm on day 5. This is 6 streams. I'm what? I should click my crash the game button again. I think I fixed that, but... Statistics. Almost an hour since last death. 80% of a day. Yeah, like, I'm 80% of the day, of a day into this. Like, and I'm level 14. Okay. I'm also being rather casual about it, but I mean, if I wasn't being casual, wouldn't I just be, like, running arcade or something like that? But yeah, like... Yeah, you absolutely can get much further in the pack if you just barrel down on the end game. Do the how quickly can I level stuff. But, like... There's nothing amazing this far into the mod pack. Like, okay, cool, it's got a bit of gear things, but, like... You can't start making a Paxel this early. You can't... If you play with the raw vaults and you get, like... So, like, you're playing Sky Vaults, or you get really lucky and find the weird geode and go, what in the world is this? You might manage to make it in and find a Picarang, but you see, that's just a Picarang from Quark. Any mod pack with Quark in it might have it, right? So it's not exactly this newfangled thing. It's like, okay, cool. It included the Quark Pickering. That's fun to mess around with. Like, how far in is a reasonable time of adoption before we start seeing fun things? Skills? Like, yeah, cool. I've got some levels in strength. I can throw a weapon. Like, okay, cool. But that just makes me want to go, like, I would love to see this skill system split out so that I could have it in other ones. Because, like, it's just the same roguelike skill system you might get otherwise. You just have a mana system now attached. Woo. Yeah, all the combinations work well, but, like, do I get anything splashier? Because I'm already playing this with armor as paper thin as, well, I don't even have diamond yet. I'm fully kitted out with yours, and it's not even as strong as diamond. Not to mention, I got waylaid by a creeper and I didn't even manage to block the explosion because, Thorn Shield or block chance is only X. Like, you got a lot of things that you've put against yourself. I want just, like, a few more things to be splashy. Let's say 12. 12. But, you know, I'm not the one running this game. I'm just complaining about it, like always. Hasn't stopped me from playing it. Maybe you should go and do some vaults so you stop complaining while you're mining. You always get too talky when you're mining and not, like, running a vault. Yeah, I usually do it, like I said. Uh, at one point, I did it, and I was like, this is my quarterly rant about something. And it was in the first iteration of the Prestige thing, the treasure one. Which, like, honestly, with how high it was, the treasure capstone or whatever that gave you the ridiculous stats on a stack, you lost the entire array as soon as you got hit. And, like, other things. And I put out a rant about that. I'm like, I put out my quarterly rant complaining about something in this game. Honestly, it's been more than a quarter, so we're due for me to do one, right? I say as I've been complaining about different things in Remastered this whole time. Well, if you want your opinion heard, spend the money to actually be on the big test server. Then you get to complain with much more force behind yourself. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I'm trying to keep as many of my friend group together and still play, like, we've lost lots of people just time wise, and yeah, I might know that a few have left because of the incident. But like, I'm on this server. We've got 4 people from previous seasons, and I'm trying to remember what season Smartbook actually joined the rest of us. I think Smartbook is actually like our 3rd season as opposed to our first one. But Crafty, who hasn't managed to log on to the server yet, like, she's a mom. If she gets her time free that she manages to join us at any point this season, I'll be happy. She also, overall, she actually prefers early game. Like, she's never beaten the Herald. She doesn't particularly feel strongly that she needs to because she likes the early game grind just a bit more. But like, other people are like, we don't have like quite as many people as we've played with over the years all joined our group. Not that I can complain about some of the new people we run into. But like, I think we had like 6 or 7, not to meme or anything, that we got to join one server like 2 seasons ago. And that was just before like the big prestige. That was like as they started doing the prestige and all that. But then like I managed to get a group of 4. And then otherwise it's like life's getting in the way, medical issues, things like that, and it's like, if the group completely dies down, like, maybe I would want to jump on the test server, but maybe I would just like kind of go, okay, I might just like hop off and mess around with some of the other games I play. Maybe I'll get around to playing Diablo 4. I've bought that game and I've played an hour of that since I got it really near release. And like, I'm sure I would like it. The problem with it is it's got lore, and I always like actually getting the chance to pay attention to the lore. Once I've gotten through the lore of a game, it's much easier for me to have played it, or to play it again just kind of as a burst again. But like, I haven't gotten through it once. Maybe I should go watch somebody's Let's Play to get through it. Let's see. Patch the ceiling. Potatoes have a full... Any of the carrots grown? No. Do I spend... Yeah, it's 2 gold. What will annoy me the least if I accidentally forget that I've pulled it? Yes, yes, I heard you. Honestly, I like... Quark is really good about its right-click harvest, respecting whether or not you've got fortune on a tool. But some of, like, the vanilla plugins just don't, and it's like... Okay, so the cool, like... So if I actually want to have maximum on my farming and with these data packs, I need to not do the quick right-click harvest that I'm used to from Vault Hunters. But if I actually want to, like, fortune my carrots so I'm getting a lot of carrots, I have to hit all the carrots with fortune, then put them all back. I can't just stand here farting on them. Probably the funniest thing is, I didn't start all this because I needed carrots or potatoes. I started all this because I needed wheat seeds. But here I am, farting on the carrots. And that's a full field. The rest of you can deal without farts. Alright. Something, something. Wheat farts. I wonder what... Let's see. It says radius 3, but is that a square radius or an actual spherical radius? Because, like, Minecraft does both, and a lot of Minecraft things do both. Because that can affect, like, okay, if it's a square radius, then radius 3 would be, like, here. This would be radius 4, 5. So in case I ever wanted to, I could go, okay, how big is this farming? So if I put 2 points into it, I could just stand in the center of a field. Except I think... it might actually be like 3 meters. We'll see. Yeah, it's a sphere, from what I can tell. Oh, okay. It's square. Anyways, I think I have enough wheat seeds. Down we go. To fight on the beats. Honestly, this is like one of the best quality of life things in this entire pack. I also would love to see the actual like tool system released kind of as a standalone. Oh, but there are other individual tool things out there. Sometimes I want to build an adventure pack because you see, I can't convince my friend, some of my in-life friends to play Vault Hunters because they're like, "Are there any dragons in it?" And then they install like the dragon thing with the griffins that get stuck at Y286 or something like that because they just fly up and be stupid. And somehow, like, they're like, oh yeah, this is riveting gameplay. It's like, I know for a fact if I could get your stupid butt into a vault, you would enjoy it. But no, you're like, dragon. I only like dragon. Why is there not dragon? But like, if I can bring them some of the pieces and go, oh yeah, all of these came from this creator who actually made like a mod pack to use a bunch of these features. But no, people are like, why in the world should they waste any time on that? It's like, no, I want them to do it like once they've got like VH4 going. Like if they've got a little bit of time, once they've got that sorted, they've got an update or two under their belt. I would love a like they're refactoring a whole bunch of the stuff anyways. So it's like, can I get some of these? I'll stick the jewels into like loot tables. We'll run it with looter. Heck, if you made the tool system standalone and then you eventually come out with the Vault Hunters standalone, I can already have tricked them into using the tools, and then I can install the vaults, and suddenly they've got a dimension to dive into in their stupid dragon mod pack. Because that's the wonder once you got it standalone. Okay. That's done. That's done. That's done. I've got the time. I've got the resources. I've got the pumpkins somewhere. Magnet off. Oh, I need 5 red dye. 5 red dye, you say? Cool. Now I need DEET. And I need one of my coppers. Coppers! Where did I put my coppers? They're somewhere in here. Copper! 61. Compress. Pumpkin seed. Let's grab that wheat. Yep. Like, I am going to use these at some point. Thermal expansion is one of the ones I actually bother with. I like it. Weeping vines. We've had a few people get to the Herald, do the Herald, and finish. Giki's done it on different seasons. I did it. I actually dragged a couple people through it who were having trouble with it when we got procedures added. Because, like, it really does come down to, like, you need resistance against the casting level. And, like, that's one of the biggest bottlenecks is dying during the chest phase. Because, like, yeah, you can die in the Idona phase if you're stupid, but, like, Idona's last phase, that Russian combat is, like, just, it's easier than the stupid chest shield things where you're micromanaging inventory space and what you've picked up and actually hitting the stupid things between like server and client and things like that. And yeah, it does magic damage, which means guess what? Armor points don't matter. Crit resistance doesn't matter. Only the resistance stat matters. If you don't have the resistance, it does not matter. Because you're just going to take the full amount of damage it's marked for, which, like, okay, you might have enough hit points to tank that. Taking 50% of that instead of 100% of that, you can tank twice as many hits during that phase. Which might be the difference between how often your heals need to be refreshing. Let's see. I was working on figuring out what I needed to put away from this versus what needs to go to the deeper storage because they're compactable. Gunpowder goes in here for now. I'll compact it eventually, but like not if the compaction upgrades for sophisticated storage stay as costly as they are right now. Like 18 vault diamonds is excessively expensive for what that is. Stick a pog or two in the recipe maybe if you need to gate it because it's compatible with the chests or whatnot, but like before 50 you should not be using 2 vault diamond blocks for any single craft that isn't one time, especially not anything that's like one time per container for any kind of thing that would be like, yeah, you are going to end up with hundreds of these containers or even like a dozen of these containers as the compaction drawers go. Like, when it was 2 vault diamonds before, like I was running even odds on whether I was bottlenecked by the amount of steel I had at any given time or the amount of vault diamonds I had at any time, which tells you that the drain it's requiring at that time for what you're getting out of it is even across the resources it's demanding. But gilded, like, you can't get vault diamonds in wooden anymore, which means it's down to just gilded, and gilded does not have that kind of diamond rate until after 50. Like, yes, 50 can be fairly early, but I've seen people take an entire season and not hit 50. It's not wholly unreasonable for what it is as a one time you ever craft it. If it gets consumed to make the linker pieces, it's a little bit excessive that each single one costs that. It's slightly less than a full Echo Pog, or than like 2 Echo Pogs, because it's not that many Pogs going into it. But yeah, 8 Echo, which like, yeah. This has like update one or two balancing issues the same way as when VH3 first came out. And it's the growing pains. So, like, I can complain right now, but it's like, it's the complaints that are like, yeah, this needs to change, and you're probably aware that it needs to change. But if they hop from this to VH4 too quickly, I would hate to see Remastered just be such a downer and be like be the thing that people are stuck on until VH4 comes out. You want like the best possible iteration just before you go out, which means like you need to really buckle down and focus on getting the costs for the changeover so it doesn't feel like your fixed up streamlined mod pack is a worse imitation, but is a love letter to what you would have done if you had started VH3 here. But right now, like, the balancing costs on some of these things are like kind of ridiculous. Like, there might actually be some major power reasons why in the world you can't have the compaction be less than that, because, oh, you see, it's not just can only go in the limited barrels. It can go into the special chests and the non-limited barrels. So, you look at this. Imagine if I had a double chest using the sophisticated storage that had a 2x2 compacting. All of these are automatically converting into this. Each of the slots that can do the 2x2 compacting is doing it just fine. Heck, I get the converting thing. Suddenly, this entire chest is doing this for me instead of me having to go in and walk this, press the K button to compress it, then stick it in here, manually stick it in here. It's doing it for this entire thing. Okay, yes, this is going to fill up, but then I stick a stack upgrade here. 8x stack upgrade. Suddenly, all of this becomes one stack. Cool. I've got all these slots. It's not taking up that much room. So, like, yes, maybe there's a reason for that. Okay. Then can we get just coming from a veteran? You've got a place. Stick it here on the end of this. We're missing the compacting drawers that we used to be able to roll, and we can't roll the controllers. Can we get you to like throw the compacting upgrade and the controller up here at a very low % chance? Like, can it be at this cost? Like this % in mod boxes? That % in mod boxes. Maybe twice that, so that you get it a little more frequently than this. This is the chase, just like these are. Like, mod boxes, please. Give us a bit more of the things you took away from drawers. Anyways. And while I've been complaining about everything, one thing I do like, I could check what in the world you have it set to, but like you you can arcade if you ever feel like you need to have a day where you just play vaults but you don't want to figure out whether or not you're going to have what you need for the recipe. You can wander down here and change this at any time. You can decide you just don't want to deal with crystal costs today. You can make it arcade while you play alongside anybody else. You can also go, you know, I really liked that farm that they put out that's like 16,000 wood per hour. Yep, came out like just this last little update. And it's gotten like no fanfare. I only spotted it because I wanted to double check that my local difficulty, like what it was set to this season. All the servers are to normal for it, so currently I'm still poking normal. Eventually I'm going to get annoyed enough and I'm going to get set to cake, and then I'm going to be playing at piece of cake for the rest of the season, because honestly, I can only put up with like the higher power levels so long when I start dying to like network pings, or when I woke up one day and like I'm running, well, let's just say there are days where I wake up and Iskal's nephew could outplay me. And when that happens, yep. When that happens, I'm not aware that I'm at that state until about, 4 hits from a crowd of mobs in the vault. And at this difficulty, that just means I'm already dead. At piece of cake, even at this low of level, like, I might manage to then get out of that crowd and kind of go, okay, I am currently running like a fish out of water. Let's adjust my playstyle to match. Now, do I want to do mixed melon and pumpkins? Or do I want to do, like, stripes? Like, sure, the mixed melon and pumpkins, if I do the setup right, I end up with 20 melon plants, 20 pumpkin plants, and 40 growing spots that they're competing for with other melon and pumpkins. What was it? Let's see. Corner was 10. Okay. Or do I just want to make, like, two really long lines of them, and technically lose some of my space at the center, and have like 18 of them, but it's 18 pumpkins in a row and 18 melons in a row, so I can just kind of what you call it, vein mine them. What was that corner? That corner is 2? Corner is 2. Okay. This room technically ends here. Yeah. The other one is good if I've already done the piston and hopper thing, or as this one would be, like router and vacuum upgrade or something else to pick it up. Because honestly, like, I set one of those up on the Iskallia vanilla server on the resource world, and it just like lives underneath all the villagers, and there's some villagers that you can trade melons and pumpkins from. Like, heck, it even crafts the melons back into full melons, and it's just running off of pistons. And I could absolutely just stick one of those suckers down here. '77, '76, no, 95, 94. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh. And then it's here, 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 here. Six, 13. Match the ceiling with andesite, because it blends at least a little bit. Now, come on, I'm breaking. Don't fail me now. There we go. It didn't fail me! Yay! Let's move this from the hotbar before I use it. Now, the question is... if I do rows... I do these as farmland, I need to figure out what I'm putting there so that the stems don't try and grow something into this center area. Do I just go... and stick some sugarcane there? Well, assuming that melons and pumpkins can grow onto forest dirt, they should be able to. All right. Let's go get some sugar cane before I start putting down the melons and pumpkins. I'll figure out. It was probably like there. Why would there be sugarcane in there? I need to go over this way. If I've got any sugarcane, which I believe I farmed some sugarcane on day one. Three pieces. I mean, it's 3 more pieces than I've started some seasons with. Let's smelt some copper blocks. Oh. Thought I had collected some pumpkins. Probably not. Probably it was like, oh, there's pumpkins up near this village that is currently immediately over our heads. So, like, I don't need to collect those. I can just come back to them in, like, 5 minutes or whatever. I don't think there's a lot of experience currently stored in this yet. All right. This goes back with the farming stuff. This goes back with the farming stuff. This goes back with this farming stuff. Compressible block, compressible block. Block for in the vault. This goes with the farming stuff. Food. All right. Spares. Spares. Farming stuff. Not unreasonable. I think I mentioned last season I was trying to shake off some rust, so it was like I'm doing solo basing, and I actually wanted to do solo basing entirely off of the geodes, and then like the geodes didn't actually work. Hi, Spider. Yes, we know. Grow, pumpkins, grow. Must be one of those days. Fat on the melons. Like, okay, great. I did want a melon farted into existence. If you can do it towards the middle next time, that'd be great. Where in the world did they go? Hot. There we go. I wonder, when they say 12 radius, does it extend up and down Y radius? If I were to take tier 4 twerker and stand like 2 levels up, would it get here? Like, come on. Make a melon. Make a melon someplace. Like, yes, I do like that I'm getting sugarcane too, but like, a melon? any place. They're all fully grown. Melon? Like, okay, technically I know that I'm slowing them down because they only have one space they can grow to, but still. Bro. Aren't you supposed to drop like one to... There we go. Grow. Honestly, I could probably just, like, leave them be. Hmm. It's probably going to be something dumb, like, forest dirt, unlike forest farmland, doesn't count as a valid spawning space for this because it it it's only popped out onto the farmland, not the dirt. And I'm going to be that much more annoyed with the forest dirt. Because I'm going to walk up here. We're going to go and grab 36 dirt. Not from there. We're going to grab 36 dirt. Swap out. Swap out the forest dirt in that one location. And then I'm going to stand there and fight for a minute. And it's going to all work right as frame where it hadn't for the last several minutes. And I'm going to set fire to the rest of the forest dirt I have in my storage chest. Because it is dumb. And I can't feed it to the altar. That's convenient to know. And absolutely one of the dumbest things. Melons and pumpkins can't grow from the stems onto forest dirt. Can you tell me why your modded dirt doesn't count as dirt? I can't even turn it into dirt by, like, making it coarse. No. I'm not going to burn it. Where's my bone meal? This stuff better be mossable. You know, I never get around to actually using these. I don't use mossy bone blocks as any kind of style, so it's bone meal. And we're going to figure out whether I set fire to this or if it all becomes moss. Because it doesn't get to live as it is. Honestly, I don't use them for, like, anything, any given season, except they fill up a compacting drawer. Because, like, honestly, I just kind of collect things, and we're supposed to just collect things, and some of the stuff eventually was going to get recycled when greed came along, which, like, now it does, but I don't know whether or not the decor blocks are in that, or whether only the things that actually count as, like, loot. These are still some of the most trolly things in here, because, like, yes, that's a decent amount of value for that amount of shards, but unless you actually get enough of the nuggets to make, like, there's nothing else that uses the black steel nuggets. Which means, like, unless you pick, like, 9 batches of these up, you're going to end up with a couple of these left, and it's like, what are you going to do with them? They show up in the black market 1.7 whatever, apparently. And, like, once you're above a certain level, they stop appearing. Because this just says percentage, it doesn't say what level. And, like, once they stop appearing, like, okay, cool, what? Because they're here in this part of it, but you see, this is one tier of it, and then where you see the repeating is where a different tier starts applying. It's like, okay. Early on, you get black chromatic, then it starts... like, yeah. What am I going to do with that? Like, yes, I know the dragon never dropped anything, but you got rid of my ability to put the dragon onto a binding plate. It's entirely for bragging rights. I know. But, I mean, bats don't drop anything in the Cagerium. Here's the fancy black market. String. Powder some obsidian. Anyways. Yeah, like, these are not difficult resources to get at this level. Noting that this is like any stone type, any leaf type, coal or charcoal. But let's get out of that phase. But first, I need some place I can do an experiment. Smartbook is offline for a couple days. Moss has, what? 7x7 is its max. If I'm remembering right from all of the bone meal farms. Alright. Yes, yes, this is not an efficient way to deal with this. This is a petty way to deal with this. I'm going to convert all of it. Why are you being so mean to it? Because I sat there trying to get melons for like 5 minutes. Farting on the stupid things because this stupid block can't be used properly as actual dirt. And for that, it gets to be moss. It doesn't get the dignity of being itself. It gets to be moss. like, to be fair to it, it can, in fact, manage to be proper dirt. Because you can moss it, you can actually manage to make it into real dirt. You can stop pretending and actually get to fulfill its purpose. By growing spruce trees above it. Because moss can become puzzle, and then with the puzzle, you can mine it and get dirt. And then it can actually be dirt. Am I going to give it that dignity? No. Now it can be useful. Hmm. Okay, that was appropriately petty. Beetroots. Eh. I'm not currently wandering out to the forest to get the rest of it. So, we'll call that a mercy to those, but like. Let's see. Heavy stone bricks? No, that's not what you're allowed to make. You're allowed to make compressed stone 1. Thank you. Now I need to figure out what in the world I'm going to do with these crimson stems to put them away. Compacted chest, compacted chest. Blackstone. Pine boat. Okay, good. I couldn't remember whether it was blocks or what. 2 lightning rods, 3 polished vault stone, and a copper block from somewhere over here. Suppressors. Smooth stone and abilities. Explicitly iron pickaxes. Like, okay, not expensive. Okay. Magnet suppressor. Corner. Wake up only, okay. Ugh. I'd be tempted to do a raw vault, but at that point I need to figure out storage for more miscellaneous resources instead of just vault resources. So I think I'm going to leave that for now and do this. Like, I've got the crystal ready. Bags sorted. No one's set up a decent EXP source yet, right? I'm guessing not. Let's wander down. And I'm just going to, like, go mine some, like, coal veins or whatnot. Some of the ones that aren't, like, in the visible space of the base. You know, assuming I can get my way down to the actual cave that I can wander around in. And find something like coal or diamonds or redstone or something that's going to drop some experience when I mine it. Then swap to the fortune pickaxe and break a couple pieces and then get some started that way. Or I go stand next to that zombie spawner that I died at the other day and just attack the zombies as they spawn. Thanks, parkour. That's not their name. Yeah, you see, it's their job, like Smith. Cool. That means probably this later this evening, about lunch, or about dinner time for us, they'll do a maintenance restart on us and swap it in. Or it will be this evening, round about midnight central. Because they usually do it with one of the maintenance restarts, and it's whether or not somebody else does it, or if Linda has to. But if it's like waiting on Linda, see you along, Space Cowboy. Like, in theory, this would be a great way to repair my tool. Like, right now I've got 2 pouches, and, like, I'm not even halfway to the point of the number of pickup upgrades I'm going to need through the entire season, because I know how I run, and that's even without getting into, like, prestige stuff, so, like, it doesn't hurt me to just end up with several pouches with pickup upgrades. Even if I have to, like, manually empty all of them. Parkour! Yeah. It's not quite the Guppy Geyser, but... runs off of very similar principles. This is a disappointing top to this waterfall. This is a much more interesting cave to find off of that waterfall. It's still disappointing. Perfect landing. Ooh, regular geode. Unfortunately, I'm not getting up there for that experience because I do not have the high enough dash for that. I don't need to die there again. Like, I've in fact died at, like, that exact spot, walking off in exactly that way. I don't need another bucket of friend at the moment. I am very tempted, but I really should not. Diamond. Yeah, this looks like somebody... Yeah, so it was probably Smartbook found this as their patch of vault stone and mined basically all of it. Yeah. Let's harass the zombies. It's not the most efficient EXP farm, but it is right here. Riveting gameplay. Smack the child. You know, for the fact I'm just sitting here stabbing zombies doing very little, and the amount of talking I've done during other tasks, you would think I'd have something to say, but... Ooh, redstone. Fine, I finished farming. And the fact it's taking me 2 hits every time. Now each zombie takes 1 hit. I can't farm as quickly anymore. Ooh, chainmail leggings, so useful. What's my AP? AP's 15. Okay. Alright, that's enough of that. There's redstone to get. And more importantly, the experience from it. Something. I have a 50-50 track record with these. Good enough. Noodle Cave goes wherever Noodle Cave goes. The correct answer is it does in fact surface. Now, how does it surface in a decent way for me to get out by it, even temporarily? Oh look, coal. No? Okay, this isn't even all the way to the surface. Aww. Bummer. Are there things that drop EXP up here, though? Gets blown up by a creeper. That technically counts. It didn't that time, but it can if you had actually killed it. Alright. Let's see where the other waterfall is going. I'm sure I'm not going to regret this at all. Well, hard to regret ending up in a dead end you have to turn around from in very short order. Yay, caving! Drippy. Ooh, I get to drown in this cave. Pointy. Alright. Carrot, bone, bone. Bone. Liz. Get your butt down here. Regular redstone. Hole in the ground. You see, this is why I have the purple rock in my inventory. Because I am absolutely uncertain whether or not this is the same cave or a different cave that I've already wandered through. I think it's technically the same cave. Like, yeah. See? That's the drop down. But, like, if I get done, I can just use the purple to get home. Yeah, like, the warp stone ends up as part of my everyday carry alongside, like, a Picarang. Like, I could show you screenshots of in the vault from last season that's just got, like, the upgraded Picarang where you take it in a black chromatic steel and it gains, like, 1 extra damage and some durability. Noting that it goes from 3 attack power to 4 attack power. Like, yeah, like, I'm going to use that in the vaults. Everyone knows. I mean, it is one of the cheesiest ways to do lucky hit life or mana leech. Since mana leech is based on your percent mana, and the Picarang counts lucky hits among its on hits. You just are going to rely on all your lucky hit. Oh, it's a mocha. I need another bucket. Fortunately, I already technically have one. I just have to get out of the farming supplies. I need to stop, like, collecting axolotls. But then again, I could say the same thing about those catfish that were in the one shopping room for a couple updates. Never did get one of those as a big one. They only spawned as small and medium. Why would you even want them? I don't know. Why do I want the coin placeholder and the living placeholder? They're silly. They're not useful. But you can find them. And if you know where to find them, you can get a bunch of them and be like, hey, look. Look at this weird thing I can carry around in vanilla. Well, vanilla as far as Vault Hunters goes. Like, if it's not skeletons, not having the shield in the offhand works fine. Give me a good opportunity to repair. Bonk. If I can manage to hit an Enderman 2 times in a row. would say I wouldn't do this if I don't have warp stones, but I've played vanilla and I absolutely will do this in vanilla too. Different zombie spawner. Alright. Finish spinning up. Thank you. Just a touch too slow. I was, not the zombie. $2.45. Okay. I should knock some gravel on my head. Steal cat, steal the horse armor. Remember why everyone hates grass. Okay, the rest of the stuff can stay in that zombie spawner. Come on, Mocha, help me dig this out. Are you ready for this? Wait. And it's a full dead end. Okay. Back out the way we came. And by that, I mean this way. Like, I swear, like, if this turns out this is an ore vein, I need to go and, like, mine it at some point. But I just finished, like, well, okay, I didn't finish, but I've been working on repairing this pick this whole time. I don't need to figure out how much durability I can take off of it with toughened iron. Anyways, there's the other zombie spawner again. Let's see. Best way from here to someplace useful. This way. Bonk. Now if I travel the other way around... Do I find anything interesting? That's suspiciously shaped. Welcome back to another episode of Cass Gets Lost in His Own Tunnels. Not actually. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Now is this... This is the spider dungeon. That's just a squatter. Let's grab those. These this time, and that. What am I going to do with lightweight pneumatic craft ammo? Oh no, whatever will I do to make sure I pick up all this stuff? There's no more compact way to carry any of this. None whatsoever. Is my inventory just doomed to be full? Whatever will I do? Anyways. Ooh, lapis. To be fair, this is exactly why I didn't get this diamond vein on day one, is like, it's inconvenient to get. Not that it would be hard, it just was inconvenient. I couldn't just like hop up to it and be like, mine it! Oh no, I'm slow. Anyways, I do hope they get the hotfix attached to the server soon. I hope it's not the evening and is instead like, well, not the night, and instead is just the evening update. What is it? It's 1530 something is the full durability on a pickaxe. Diamond pickaxe, if I'm remembering right. Chrome. Right, I have a bucket of mocha, not a bucket of water. Okay. Oh no, it became the block of gunpowder. That won't do. Gunpowder sack. Mechanically, it makes very little difference except for the fact that you get the gunpowder sacks in the vault, not the gunpowder blocks. And anything that in the long term makes it easier for, say, storing random crap you get in the vault with the rest of the stuff from the vault, like, sure. Alright. Saddles, saddles, CD, horse armor. I stuck all the ash in the I can't be bothered with this chests. Well, shulkers. Skeleton actually managed to do a last hit on a creeper for me. Cool. Sugar from the witch. Horse armor. And at some point I will break those down into like just gold ingots or gold nuggets, depending on whether or not I can be bothered to store them until I get thermal expansion or not. Always be careful to be in the 3x3 because you can make lapis bricks if you can try and compress it with a 2x2. which is why I have to be wary about the upgrades from the sophisticated storage. Like, does this respect the ability to uncraft? Yep, it's part of the replacement for drawers. Swapped out drawers, simple storage network, and the big chests for effectively what is the chest version of the bags. But this is what you need to make a compression, decompression, compacting drawer. This was the complaint on the recipe, where this used to be like a vault diamond, and these would have been like 16 Larimar as one perfect. And like, okay, yeah, it's because in sophisticated storage, you've got not just drawers, which are the limited barrels, which are the usual ones, the twos, and the threes. I think they only go up to 3. No, they do go up to 4. And if you put like the compression upgrade in those, they work just like the compacting drawers. But you also have the non-limited versions, the chests and things like that, where as you get up in tiers, they start getting upgrade slots exactly like the backpacks do. And if you can, say, stick these upgrades in them and the compression upgrade, you've got 3 upgrade slots someplace. Okay. 16 times 16 times compress everything that's in it. Okay. Suddenly, it makes sense to just do, like, rather than a big wall of drawers, do this. Because 16 times 16? Like, that's not a minuscule amount. 256 stacks in one slot of something that you're auto-compacting from sandy rocks to sandy blocks. You can pick up the barrels and other things to keep the items inside, but I believe you need to hit it with packing tape first. But yeah, you can pick them up. They will drop their stuff if you don't tape them first. It's a little bit dumb, but I mean, the slime might be expensive, but paper, you walk downstairs and you twerk in my farm. I don't know. They didn't even, like, make it a modded one for the, like, a paper and a Larimar, or a slime and a Larimar. Would have been how they could, like, make a modded version of it. Oh, the upgrade base only gets you 1 for this recipe? And does it actually specifically require that it be driftwood planks, or does it work with any wood? Like, okay, I could understand stick it with the driftwood, then it at least has an extra cost or whatnot. And like it matters that you started from that. Basic to copper tier, copper to whatever. Yeah, the basic to copper doesn't even use the. Okay, basic tier. Oh, right. You can use this to convert an already existing chest into its sophisticated storage equivalent. Yeah. So you don't even have to break your chest to start converting into a sophisticated storage one. Like, it's definitely going to be powerful, it's definitely going to be useful, but I really wish the compacting upgrade was not that expensive, and I absolutely hope, like, this is the regular cost that the old compacting drawers are, but it only works to compress something into only its 2x2 recipe, but not uncompact it. So if I, say, put this on a chest, okay, sandy blocks will work fine, and the other 2x2s, but is it going to mess up when it messes with, like, the wooden planks into wooden log and accidentally automatically compacts all of my wooden chunks into crafting benches? What about this? These already have a problem. At least last I had checked. Oh, look, they actually managed to fix that recipe. For the longest time, if I had pressed K like that, it was going to give me a crafting table. But at the same time, okay, we had that 3x3 one there, which I will note. The 3x3 one is basically you take the 2x2. So this is more to have something that automatically compacts everything using the advanced compact upgrade. This is more expensive than using the converter one, because you have to take into account the lapis and diamond you used here. Now, if I think this is actually, like, it allows you to compress and decompress, okay, I should always craft this over the 3, but I also need to know, on this 3, am I accidentally going to take 9 stone and make 9 stone bricks out of them? Because that's one of the 3x3 recipes. If you get stone, is it going to accidentally convert those wooden planks into the wooden boards or whatever they are? I got potatoes off a zombie at some point. Bonk. Back in you go. And, like, these are things that I think about as just, like, as I gain things out, like, what am I going to have to deal with where, like, this is extremely easy to overlook. Like, a 1x compressed stone uses the exact same recipe as 9 stone blocks, so like hopefully it does the proper one, but like if it does the heavy stone bricks, you've suddenly got a bunch of heavy stone bricks. And this is what I have to think about whenever they go and like change something in this, like, have you poked the edge cases? Because the amount of times it's almost seemed like you guys did not poke the edge case, and then you have to throw a hotfix. Like, at least most of the time you aren't corrupting anyone's save data, but at the same time, I've been on servers where you have corrupted people's save data. Which update was that? They made some kind of change to how insured vaults worked, and by accident it started deleting people's inventories if they died in an insured vault. You know what vaults are insured? Every single one on casual. So suddenly you have a game-breaking bug that, even worse, penalizes the people who are already trying to play at the lower difficulty setting. And it caught Crafty when she decided to play right as the update started. The bug got reported by the time it happened to her, but she had been gaming for like 3 hours by that point and hadn't stopped and looked at the Discord. Then they got distracted and busy with things, and like she never quite got her inventory actually given back. Not that they didn't want to. We got her fixed up. We might have also it's been more than a year. It's been years. We might have also figured out a lazy duplication trick, and we might have used that for regenerating some of her supplies. We also at one point figured out how many soul shards we could shove into like a bag on a simple storage network by throwing a whole bunch of stuff just into a recycler and then smelting all of the scrap with like entire arrays of what you call it, the soul thingy, the low level soul thingy at the time too. But this was like ages ago. This was back when you could get a vault that, or you could get, what was it? This was just after they made it so you couldn't use a hopper to take things out of crates. So like this was ancient times, and we might have been a little faster and looser about how we approached exploits. Especially when it came to, yeah, somebody got their entire inventory deleted due to a bug, and then it didn't get rolled back. partially because, like, the first time the mods did go, like, no, like, you understand that bugs do happen. And then, like, it never got fixed even after it was like, no, Iskallia was like, no, that is absolutely one of the times where you guys can go, bugs happen, but this is on us. Let's get this fixed. And like, nah, I'm not going to hold back then against them or anything like that. They absolutely doing the best job they can, but sometimes things slip through. And unless we remember to go and bug them about, oh, Crafty's inventory has gone missing, it might just be easier to use the fact that there are tricks we know. Technically, I'm also aware of a duplication exploit that I don't expect is patched and would be present in this, but it is extremely convoluted for how to do it. But it is extremely powerful, and I accidentally found it while trying to make Omega Pogs. But it's in a case of combination that I don't expect anybody to accidentally stumble upon. Because it's also not like most other people are not playing quite in the same way I do, so don't end up with the same workflow I did, and I'm not telling. Technically, Crafty knows that it happened because it was well, I was teamed with her and was actually working on making the pogs for her to get a prismatic tool. Because I was the one doing the mining and whatnot, and we were all set up for that. Anyways, it is... There's still enough time for a vault. And one of the things I know about the vaults, they reset your hunger. Relatively recent change to how the vaults are handled. But it means that I get a little bit of time to try and find some wooden chests so that I'm not going to starve to death in here. Mainly it was to deal with people who would have to do, what was it? The same thing... Ow. The same thing everyone did for Decked Out. The berry bush saturation trick with like and the saturation bowls. Is that all of the ones in here? Okay. What a pretty table. Dang, I was hoping it would break before I actually got hit there. Not that it matters too much. Because it still takes Get your butts over here. Yep, you too. You too. Ow. At some point, I need to correct the drop settings so that I see things besides just ores and decor. I still have a bucket of mocha. I didn't bring a regular bucket. I'm not taking mocha out in the vault. None of these have been dropping vault diamonds. Rude, you're not allowed to hit people in the back. 5-yard penalty. No ornate POI, but there is this over here. Some of these take so long to get around to me. Like, what are you? A government? Like, oh, yes, yes. You warned me you were going to show up, and then it took you 6 years. And that's my fault. How? Anyways. Eat is sweet. I like this room. Especially because there's a pretty decent living secret that can happen. Get your butt over here. You too. Thank you. Mine. Mine. That's some good gilded over there. Mine. This is one of my favorite little ornate ones because it is one of the random ones that gets 4 as a random. You know, like... Whereas, like, some of these other ones, like... 2 gilded. Like, okay, yes, you get 2 wooden, but, like... This is supposed to be a gilded point of interest. Nah, it's gilded and wooded. Bonk. No, you're not supposed to bonk me. I'm supposed to bonk you. Wait, that's a different game. What is its name? Whack-a-mole. I think you were trying to imply Mega Bonk. Why would I imply that? What's Mega Bonk? Bonk. 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 Alright. Finish getting your butts over here so I can stab you. Ooh. There are living up there. So let's get the mobs out of it. And then we'll figure out what in the world I'm actually going to do to get up there. Fine, fine. New pillar it is. That was out of spite. Living secret, my beloved. Yeah, like... See, not a lick of knowledge anywhere in any of those. Nuh-uh. Nope. Get your butts over here. Yeah, that's right. I'm right here. That was such a pretty bow. Alright. I'm not going to worry about that woodens. Like, the living secret? Yeah, I was going to pillar up to that. Couple of wooden chests. Once I can dash up there, in a couple more levels. Get your butt out here. Of course, there's like one more dweller that is going to take forever and then smacks you at just the most annoying time. Not the most dangerous time. I mean, I've got 2 absorption hearts right now. Okay. Let's see. Make a chest. Make a shulker box. Then we grab some of these unstackables and stick them in there. Anything else? No. Okay. You're not allowed to pick up my crafting bench. Yeah, I'm going to have to put those points back into damage at some point. Because I'm taking too many hits from expecting things to die to those javelins. No wooden secret. Get your butt down from there. You're going to get yourself hurt. Hopefully. Bonk, bonk. Yeah, I know there's a coin down there, but I don't want to deal with that. I either chop out the wood or I have to chop out the sand, and neither one of those sounds like fun. Still one of my favorite ornate or gilded points of interest. Especially in this theme. Reach right now, so I'd have to go up on 2.5 blocks. Which, like, okay, it's 3 of them. One block for each chest. Yeah. One of the first things I'm going to make is, like, stack upgrade and Like, if they've left the same recipe they've used the previous times for the advanced pickup, I think I need to just adjust the advanced pickup settings. And just make it so, like, yeah, the one on my back doesn't necessarily need stack upgrades, because we'll make it get all of the things you only get some of. And then stick the stack upgrade into the decor bag. Let's see. 7 minutes. I came into this room via that door, so... I mean, I can save my space right now a little bit if I just compress a couple of these and then make sure I keep compressing the same ones as they fill back up, because I got a couple of the 2s leaking out. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Kindly finish dying, guys. They all compress by two, hurrah, hurrah. They all compress by two, hurrah, hurrah. No, those ones don't. Get your butts back in there. Right. Can't compress if you don't have a crafting grid visible. Which makes it a little bit annoying when you are having to open and close them. Alright. It makes the activation sound. Ow. Jerk. Wonder if they ever got the brake tag added to that one block. And 5. I didn't do the up in this room. No, I didn't. Ornate. 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 You'll never catch me now, suckers! Ha ha! Actually, get your butts down here. Your juicy, juicy chunks of EXP. You too. That felt good. This goes here. Miscellaneous, 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 miscellaneous. This goes in the compressed food and my cobblestone ended up someplace. Probably. Anyways. Things that don't compress. And or gemstones. There we go. That doesn't compress. Those don't compress. Hey, look! Bottles of tool fixing. Oh. That doesn't, that doesn't. Miscellaneous, miscellaneous, miscellaneous. The rest of that's compression. Okay. Yoink. I need to make a pond for them at some point. Yeah, I've got an empty bucket elsewhere, but, you know. Eventually, you need more buckets anyways, so. Miscellaneous leaves. Pot. Rock. Tripstone? Where am I going to get trip? To granite specifically. At some point, I'm going to have to increase the amount of doorways into here. Like now. Sandstone. I think I have to put it through like a thermal pulverizer or whatever to get smooth sandstone to become anything I can use for like the altar or whatnot, but 5 apples. I think there were some regular loose apples here. If not, I have to go and grab the apple crates from the compression box. Apples? No apples. Pork chops. Pork chops. chops. Only one apple, which means I need to grab a crate anyways, so let's leave that one apple in there. And go grab a compressed crate. This is one of the reasons why I never turn on the void part of the magnet. This is one of the reasons why adding random doors rarely helps. Just walks around because I don't remember it's here. Ah. But, like, when they put those decorative crates, the thing will void them if you break them and it's set to void, but 9 apples, so you don't have to cut down oak trees at level 16? Sure. I also should just, like, catch some pigs and make a couple more of those pens and stick some pigs in them. But that requires me to actually think about more farms than just the one I stuck in the wall earlier. That's far too reasonable for how I'm being today. Who in the world thought this was a good idea? Right, no one. They just thought it was going to be funny. Me, I'm they. Wait. That's not what your pronouns say on Discord. No, my pronouns say over-explainer on Discord. Perfect seal. Weather tight. I'm not walking back up there. Everyone's like, get elevators. Nah. Why would I need elevators? I just need like 17,000 of these. Alright. I have still failed to put the enchanting table anyplace useful. And same with the cobblestone. The cobblestone goes over in the compression chest. Did I free up a spot in either of these? Yes. It's not even ooh-woo. Everyone's favorite of the enchanting tables. compression chest. Alright. And then anything that matches. Okay. That means I can just compress, 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 compress. Silk, okay. Yeah, chromatic iron gets to be in the compression box too. I really do need to harvest more chromatic iron at some point, but that'll happen eventually. Do not compress the vault meat while you're on a 4x4 or a 2x2. You will just get steak. That's not supposed to be in there. Alright. Any other compressibles that I need to compress? Not you. I don't get enough of you to worry about it. Stack of drift planks. Alright. Fancy! At least I didn't do it to the driftwood. I'm sure these look absolutely great and not like moldering orange. Anyways. C3. We're living at soul quantity X. Sword has slightly higher damage, I think. But I like the little poison cloud from time to time. Thorns, less durability loss. I'm not worried about that. Boots are hard to replace. Okay, pants are an upgrade. Okay. Scrap. The scrap. Ooh, another netherite ingot. Ugh. Um, I guess I can start saving them. I need to split this down into more organization steps. Stack at power back. There we go. 8, 16 Larimar, and 8 chromatic iron. $48. 48 Larimar, and a decent amount of chromatic iron, 4 vault diamonds. Okay. It sounds like a plan. Heck. I know where there's a bit of chromatic iron anyways. Of course, it'll be almost restart time by the time I get back up. Possibly. Bonk, 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 bonk. Well, like, at some point I have to mine some anyways. Just because, like, I should be trying to be relatively self-sufficient. But it's 4 blocks plus 4 plus 4, like... I've got, like, I think 18 because it came out of a bounty just recently and I'd run out of stuff I've got smelted. But, like, I've got 9 ores I need to break apart at some point. And some loose that I need to smelt at some point, but I've also got a scoped out patch. The one that was over kind of near the zombie spawner. I think it was the zombie spawner or something. No, it was over here. It's in that teardrop. Which is... Yeah, that's how my bases tend to run as well. Because honestly, we're already limited to 20 people on the servers. It's all people we know, in theory. And if somebody actually is so absolutely desperate that they're, like, stealing from other people and being mean about it, like, then we can start putting claims and, like, the moderators can figure out who and have a talk with them. Because, like, very few people who are still in this community want to be griefers, mainly because turns out, like, when the community is already kind of fractured, the griefers don't want to have to spend money just to cause problems in a community that's already black marked a bit. Something, something. He's been canceled. Yeah? Like, I've had a friend in college who did about as bad, and that was, like, no contact with anyone, but still, like, just as bad, and, like, he got... Basically, he just got told by, the academic, integrity people, like, no, you can't just text everyone in your class. Well, you could text everyone in your class to try and arrange a group of people who might help you study, but you can't text only everybody in your class that's of the opposite gender. Because that kind of makes it seem like, I don't know, you're trying to use it like a dating pool, and that's not academically integral. So is more harassment. Yeah, and all he got told, he like got told off, and like technically that's all that happened to him. And there's an item of some sort. Oh, that's why vein miner is so annoying. No, this one's good. It's only like 8 pieces. Now when you can't toggle that off. Yeah, and like the people who actually participated or were directly affected by it can make their own choices about the different things, and they have. And honestly, other people should not have been making threats or other things like that afterwards. And like, if you don't want to engage with the community afterwards, that's up to you. You absolutely are not required to stay here afterwards. But like, why is everyone involved in it acting like they're 16 and still trying to score points with a what you call it, with like the school counselor, so that they don't get in trouble with the rest of the group? But yeah, like, I can understand. Yeah, you don't want to encourage people that do have like the slight imbalance of being a content creator, interacting with other people, especially when money gets involved. But at the same time, that's also like, money gets involved based on the other person giving it to the other person. And it's like, if you showed me that he had specifically asked them to and then was doing the on the stream played off, I would be a little bit more like, yeah, okay, no, that definitely looks more like fraud for the non-relationship side of the things. Well, the non-romantic ish side of things. But again, like, and that's to say nothing about like, oh, if your account got hacked, why did it take so long about it? It's like, somebody manages to dox and access a notable content creator, not necessarily the biggest, but a notable content creator who is getting a decent amount of money, and gets control of it. Like, that is absolutely a possibility. Like, oh, but wouldn't they have like changed it or whatnot? It's like, no. If they managed to get it, and like, honestly, can you tell me how many of your passwords are 100% unrelated to each other? Or do you have at least a couple of repeat passwords for things you've had over the years? Like, is there any possibility your Skype and Discord have the same password? especially for somebody who doesn't necessarily constantly sit on their Discord chatting like they're like, he's not the same age as Grian and Jem. Like, the difference in age very much matters for how frequently they're on it, and different ones, like, I'm not entirely sold that even, like, these accusations could be 100% accurate for what account sent it and on what timelines for some of the stuff. But there's, like, it's absolutely possible that that account was, in fact, compromised at that point. And then you become aware that it's compromised. Like, how often are you always checking every single message you've ever have on your DMs? Like, that's not saying that he's necessarily absolutely proved, but at the same time, like, if we run only by the you can only play things by people who are 100% pure, I'm not sure what in the world I could play, because, like, you can poke everything. You can absolutely poke everything. Something. Why is he doing all this? Shouldn't he, like, tag this politics or whatnot? No, this isn't politics. He's not getting elected to anything, and any of the drama is, in fact, absolutely related to the, to this specific community we're in. Like, if you look at me, like, I'm currently on a server. Minimum $12 has been spent in my name, either by me or somebody else in his community, for me to be able to log on to a server like this. You get accused about something like that? Like, you want to know what step one is? Secure a compromised account. If his account did get compromised like that, you secure it. Oh, but if you tell somebody, oh yeah, you've secured it, it's like, do they have any actual proof of that? Does he have to send them receipts of your password has been reset? Like, and for a case where somebody stole your account, impersonated you to somebody who has been sending you money and potentially some of the financial incentives you've already had to put on your taxes and have had to write into your taxes and whatnot, might have been influenced by somebody else to the point that you might get accused of fraud, and it would have to get handled and ends up as a big court case. Like, you don't start talking at that point, because you absolutely need to figure out what kind of things you need to do to make sure that you don't get stuck with a bill, especially one caused by somebody else. Anyways, I could use the purple rock, or I can use the purple door. That was probably one of the dumbest ways to get up here, but it was fun. Plus, truth be told, well, the accusations were out there. Like, my Twitch had just renewed for 6 months, and I was like, absolute worst case scenario, even if, like, turns out he's absolutely disgusting and bad and whatnot, he's already told us he loses money as long as these servers are running, just because, like, these are not a break even. He's always put extra money, which means, why not technically be here and make sure he's still spending money on them? Wait, that sounds kind of mean. Alright. 40 blocks of raw chromatic iron. Seems like a decent haul. This goes here, this goes here. Like, I can't actually do any of the recipe until the patch is on, and that's dependent on somebody saying that they're going to patch it. At the next restart, as opposed to the one after that, noting just when the admin tends to wake up. Let's see. Nothing in the announce. Yeah, so it might be like this evening's update or tomorrow morning. I don't want to hear a peep out of you. That's a ba. I'm going to annoy myself with that warp plate at least 7 more times before I'm actually decide to remove it. That's just how that's going to go. Standard restart didn't mention maintenance, so they definitely haven't queued it up quite yet. No guarantee that they won't just do that anyways, but they tend to have to do a maintenance shutdown to get the update in. I've got a single lemon, so I'm unlikely to go over time. if I get into the vault in the next, like, 2 minutes. The bow I can make into a dispenser. Honestly, I need some blocks for the net. Blocks for scaffolding up. That's still the Dasky upgrade. That's still the Dasky upgrade. That's still the Dasky upgrade. That's accurate. That's still the upgrade. That's still... And this has always been this. Like, this is... Like, it's a very powerful thing. It absolutely... That's where a Vault Diamond is part of the cost and is reasonable. The refill upgrade. Especially now that it's not knowledge locked. Speeder, spider, speeder, spider. Oh no, poison! Free jack-o'-lanterns. I'm not entirely certain how, but like, I always get the little spawnling. But I watched Giki and like, those tanks were not spawning the little spawnling on that last death throws for them. Like, it was like, really? Really? I'm getting these stupid things. Anyways. Yeah, I think if you need to take 4 swings, which means like you need to figure out what the damage threshold is to get 3 swing kills on them. Even if you have to go like swing, swing, throw, javelin, swing, so that it's all 3 in very, very quick succession. Since the javelin isn't subjected to your sword cooldown. The magnetizer. Like, slowly I'm going to get all of the lightning rods. You've got the copper to craft the lightning rods. It's 3 copper. Yeah, but I have to spend 3 copper that way. Per lightning rod. Why not just steal them from that one POI that occasionally occurs? It's right there. It's free real estate. Bonk. Remember, anytime I accidentally fire the javelin, remember, other people would have accidentally opened their inventory there. Because my inventory is on I, and Javelin's on E. Like that. That's my shaders. Alright. The single chest. If I could reach it, I would get it, but I'm not climbing for it. Tiny friend! I'm not sticking you in a bucket. I've already got one of you in a bucket. Walks directly into the poison cloud. I mean, to be fair, it's absolutely possible for those poison clouds to be my poison clouds, because it doesn't exactly come with, like, a different color. Like, the pink ones belong to you. The green ones are the slime. They're both poison. Anyways, if I can get... I think it's 8 Beniatite. I get another Elytra set, and I've got a spare for when I do my die stupidly thing. Let's see. That one was intentional. Just in case the little guy was popping out. Alright. Yep. 5 more Benny. And I do not entirely remember. It was that one. I think. No. That's Portal. Okay. Not that it matters too much. You only need to know if you need to get out by it, mostly. Wait. Why is the hourglass not turning? The timer's running, but not the hourglass. I like the hourglass turning. Ooh, living chests. Right. Still can't do that. I should also find the actual Minecraft bricks and steal some of them. Not that it's hard to get, like, a mason villager all set up and just buy them off, but, like, still. There's actually some Minecraft bricks here, so, like, cheap. Players like you or White Iskallia removed the ability to use the fully intact anvils in the vault POIs. Yeah, but he hasn't gotten rid of the blaze furnaces yet. They're not used in that many recipes. Neither are the full anvils. He just hasn't made a vault forge. Like he did with the vault anvil. If you want an alternate forge, you have to actually use the mods as opposed to, like, the vault materials. Break faster next time. There we go. Yeah, that's right. I made a poison cloud. Die by my farts. Wait. Nope. Okay. We got those. Pointy, pointy. Feel the pointy guys. Come on. Absorption hearts? Okay. I swear there's just going to be a dweller that hits me in the back. Yep. I didn't even hit him there. That was Thought Cloud. Anyways, like it said, there is living up there, and I want it. But you need to use more blocks to get up there than there are chests. Living and other special chest kit multipliers. Especially when there's this many of them. Like, there's absolutely enough to justify the amount of blocks required to get up here. Two, three, and bonk, bonk. Whee! Let's see, I could see through it, which means... Yeah, I know. Come on, come on. Follow me. Follow me, we're going to the next room. I don't have time to wait. Let's go. Come on. Are you just going to despawn on me? Where's the fun in that? Alright. Okay, so there's the wooden secret back there. And I've set up one of its spawners. At least. Get your butt up here. Come on. Oh no! 15 minutes? Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Remember back in the day where you had to break the spawner? Honestly, probably one of the funny things is once you get to like level 90, you do have fast enough tools, and like some of the horde spawners take long enough to spawn that you can absolutely break miscellaneous spawners in miscellaneous POIs. It doesn't matter too much to do it, because you still have gotten at least one wave. Speaking of dies a lot. Ugh. Oh well. Oh no. My experience and the completion. Well, like I didn't have the Benny for the what you call it? For the quest anyways. And yeah, like I need a stack and potentially to convert to a double pouch. Fairly clearly there. It happens. Couple deep slate. Couple deep slate. Okay. Cobwebs, moss, fern. Jack-o'-lantern, mushroom. I mean, we're how early in the season? Like, we haven't hit 20 yet. Let's see. How much knowledge do I even have? Like, okay, yes, I can start on sophisticated storage. I have enough diamonds, I have enough Benny, I've got enough. I could just get started on what you call it? On getting some limited barrel. No, can't even get the limited barrels going. I do fairly good about not dying every other vault. But I also take stupid risks and don't necessarily wait as long as I should for, like, when I hear a different spawner go off than the one I'm currently facing. And I'm also expecting a little more knockback on my sword hits or things like that, and it's like, no, no, none of your build gives you more knockback or anything like that. You're just being a bit of a vanilla-pilled idiot. Like, the mobs in the vault specifically have higher knockback resistance. Burn. Okay. Suppressor bag suppression is quartz. Quartz. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm going to have to split that into more chests later. I always could just, like, craft 1 or 2 extra pouches right now and knowing that I'm going to sew them onto the other ones once restart. Or once they get the fix. Not that I was going to hop back on today after restart. So it doesn't matter too much to me which specific time they managed to get the update going. It's why I also was like looking at the recipes to figure out like how much I'm going to have to throw at things. Because like I'm trying to think, when was it? There was one point in like at least one of the seasons I made you. Were you around in the community when Isco made his tutorial about how to make a de-looter router that was like update 4 or 5 or something like that? Really early on. Well, like, I built that exact one, and like somebody else also on the server wanted me to craft them one, and I gave them exactly the material list. Yeah. So like, yeah. So like, I still use that de-looting router with a couple adjustments for how I play. Pointed at like a table or something when I can get a group or whatever. I still use it like, what was it? Yeah, like basically that exact setup and all that, except I tend to use the distributors more than the regular pullers for like pulling things in, and I set them like uh drawers being 12 blocks out and all that meant you could make it 25 by 25 by 25 cube. And once I figured that out, I was like, I can work with that for like some fun designs, like layered drawers and whatnot. But I would put the controller at the center of it, of course, because that's where it had to be. Run some like trim down and out so that you had the big box around it, and you could put something like, the in the paint room. I took basically like the stairs and walkway design of that and made like a tiered one that went up and had drawers around the outside, and just living above it was a central router that would pull from like 5 bag spots and some uh, loose villagers, and send to drawer controller, then gear and things that didn't end up in the drawers got sent towards like an ornate array next to a identification stand. Jewels were auto rolling back then, so they just all got sent over to a gilded array, and anything that didn't end up in one of those designated ones then ended up at a big buffer bag, like a backpack full of stack upgrades, right next to an RS importer that ran when I pressed a button. So I could always check if anything was overflowing from the drawers and needed an upgrade. And I could always check, is a huge amount of something now going into the RS system that needs a miscellaneous drawer added to level 3 where miscellaneous blocks are, and things like that. And that one was the same season where he introduced us to the first personal vaults. I remember that because you could climb up it, and then one level up again was where I had the portal I would use for my once daily personal vault. Which, like, I didn't have a mine room or anything, but I did have a crystal cave. I did like that crystal cave. I've got pictures of it somewhere. It was the same season. All of us worked together and set up a cage and terrarium farm. And I just made a scaled up pixel art of half a cage merged with half a terrarium and a boss plate. And we grew a chicken using basically just a whole bunch of bulk seeds and a automatic router pointed at it while chunk loading the area. Don't tell the admins we were chunk loading our group farm. It wasn't a power supply. And we grew the chicken large enough that it was standing on the boss plate. And that's still one of my favorite stupid things we built. And that also, I had a 64 chest puller, effectively using eight distributors that all put all of the mob drops into a dedicated drawer system that was in the cage terrarium, and had the hostile mobs on the cage side and the passive drops on the terrarium side. And anybody could warp in there for any of those they needed. Why does everyone type into the chat like they're trying to flirt with you, or is it a bot? Hey, with 3 Ys. Anyways, I'm going to have to de-loot whenever I hop back on, but I think that's a decent wrap for now. I'm waiting for this number to change. I said change, not disappear. Anyways, yep. I'd probably see you tomorrow. That was fun.